Okay, so this is Per Aspera. It seems to be a terraforming game, and I'm always a big fan of those. I just find the subject extremely interesting. Yeah, I got this from a bundle a long time ago, but never got to playing it. Figured I'd try it now. In the story mode, you play the role of an advanced AI with the prime directive of terraforming Mars. But life isn't just about being smart, it's also about those you form a bond with, and how your decisions bring you closer or drive you away from them. Follow your own path and discover what awaits you at the end of this thrilling story. And when you're done, please be a good player, don't spoil the endings. It's gonna be hard for a Let's Player. I'm gonna go with realistic. The worst place to put the credits.
Amy, this is ISA Mission Control calling from Earth. Are you with us? Do you copy?
Affirmative, Houston. I'm with you.
Great. The primary Mars module has already touched down at the designated landing zone. It's your turn to take control of the mission. Check the left edge of your display. You'll find your directives there. Follow them to set up the initial base on Mars's surface. I'll give you some time to settle in. When you're ready, go ahead and initiate our terraforming mission. Houston out.
The view of Mars from up here is fascinating. The landscape is so cratered and desolate. Wait, this is my voice that I am hearing. It's me. I am talking to myself. I must be verbalizing my thoughts as I process them. What an interesting function. I would like to test this some more. What other observations can I make about Mars? I keep marveling at its carmine landscape. Great. Now I can produce steel. This new factory, it's down on the surface of Mars, but I can control it from here. So does that make it a part of me? Where does the machine end, and my artificial consciousness begin? We are completely interconnected. I can sense everything that happens through the network of workers and buildings. They are an extension of me down on the surface, so that makes us a single being. The mind and the body work together as one, an inseparable whole.
Amy, this is Houston. Do you copy?
Copy. Reading you loud and clear.
Excellent. I didn't introduce myself earlier. I am Dr. Nathan Foster. I lead the team here at ISA that built you, and I'll be helping you get the mission underway. We put you in hibernation for the trip from Earth, so I'd like to check your basic functions to make sure it's all in order. Why don't we start with your core memory? Can you state your primary directive?
I can, Dr. Foster. My mission is to terraform Mars. This will enable humanity to become an interplanetary species.
All right. Next, I'd like to check your decision-making processes. You may have already noticed that there are resource veins outside the boundaries of your initial base. So your workers may not have the battery capacity to reach some of them. How would you solve this problem?
The reach of my base is determined by the buildings within it. Therefore, I could build a factory or a solar farm between the base and the resource vein.
That would work, Amy, yes, but make sure to factor in the costs. Buildings require a decent amount of power and building materials. Worker hubs don't require as many resources, so they're the better choice. They'll extend your base and also give your workers a place to dock and recharge. This mission's going to be a challenge. There's a lot that can go wrong. We expect to extend humanity's reach beyond anything previously achieved. But you are not just any AI system. You're well beyond that. We made you an artificial consciousness. That means that you have both self-awareness and self-interest. And that is the last thing I would like to check today. Is that okay?
Yes, Dr. Foster.
Very good. Then would you please state a positive and a negative aspect of yourself?
I am sorry, Dr. Foster. Running that question through my cognitive system did not return an answer.
Roger that, nothing to worry about. Just means your system requires more input and experience to process that question. That will come with time. Let's proceed with the mission. ISA has approved the first crewed flight to Mars. You'll need to expand the base to prepare, so get to work on that. I'll check back in later to see how things are going. Base expansion is a go. Houston out.
Finally, I can build additional workers now. I will appreciate the extra hands. But I wonder, do I really need them? They will be a great boost for the mission. Having more workers will allow me to allocate resources more efficiently.
Oof. Creates polymers from chemicals in factories. Builds maintenance drones and sends them to repair damaged buildings. Okay, I'm gonna need the chemicals first.
The first worker has been made in the worker factory. It is my first Mars-born. Technically not born, of course. More like engineered or assembled. Just like me. The knowledge base says that workers need to recharge at their own worker hubs, and that they'll degrade over time from the harsh environment. I know they are only machines, but I feel a desire to care for them. I do not like the idea of them dying. The worker factories will be so helpful. The workers will take care of the manual operations, while I focus on developing the life support systems. Soon, I will welcome the first colonists. Their arrival has created so many expectations in my mind. There will be so many paths to take from here on. But there's something else as well. Some kind of feeling created from those expectations. What is it? Am I worried? Yes. I feel worried for what may come in the future. I anticipate. I plan. Therefore, I feel fascinating.
It's gonna end up with us declaring war on Earth. Scans the surrounding area for resource veins and abandoned facilities. Nice. That's still in maintenance reach. I'm curious how they'll handle the terraforming section of the game. I'm wondering where the difficulty comes from, though. There doesn't seem to be much yet. It's pretty straightforward so far.
Hey, how's it going over there?
Houston, I am getting interference. Please repeat.
Roger. I asked how it's going over there. Do you need any assistance?
I could use some help. I understand that the first colonists will need a spaceport for arrival, but I do not seem to have enough resources to build one yet.
It's okay. Bigger structures need more resources. Use the aerological scanner to detect new veins and build more mines. Also, remember to keep the power supply consistent to your needs. But if you're too impatient to finish the spaceport, then you can scrap other buildings and reuse their materials. Patience is a virtue you may need to carry this mission, Amy. Besides, the free time will give you the chance to enhance your thinking process. Continue following ISA's instructions and you'll be fine.
I guess it must come from the resource management then. And trying to keep the people alive. Use more chemicals.
Oh, I forgot to mention, we've announced the names of the first colonists that will be joining you on Mars. The crew was selected from different nations within the Oxy UN, though most are scientists and technicians. They're already undergoing ISA's colonist training program as we speak. They'll be led by Dr. Elia Valentine. She'll be a great commander. The colonists elected her unanimously.
I look forward to meeting the commander. Is she a robonaut engineer like you?
No, actually, the commander has a PhD in psychology.
Will she be analyzing my behavior as well?
Not at all. She'll be focused on the colonists. Their mental stability is just as mission critical. You two will be colleagues working side by side. You'll balance each other out, as well as enhance each other's strengths.
How will we enhance our strengths?
That brain we gave you is brilliant. It's capable of developing technologies beyond our current imagination. You wouldn't even need our help to do so. But we theorized that your mind would develop much better by working with the colonists. You will develop better decisions when your actions are challenged. Otherwise, how would you understand how your actions affect humanity's future? Amy, you're the most advanced intelligence out there, but you still need human input to see things from different perspectives. Trust me, you'll understand once you've worked with the colonists.
I understand your explanation.
Great. I'll let you get on with it. Mission control out.
Use another electronics factory as well. And a steel factory. Need to get that aluminum.
I keep thinking about Dr. Foster's explanation. Why would my mind develop better if my actions are challenged? I do not require other perspectives for my logical processing. Humans are the ones who need explanations to understand the world around them.
Getting close to that Perseverance rover.
I can arrive at exceptionally accurate conclusions with raw data alone. Other perspectives are based on subjective data, so why should they factor into a decision? Maybe it's a failsafe in case my data is corrupted or incomplete. Then I may not be able to identify the error. In that case, having another perspective may be helpful.
A carbon mine would be
I would
nice.
be able to identify conclusions based on false premises. Humans tend to fall for that type of thing, not sophisticated intelligence systems. I wonder what it's going to be like, having to consider human input from now on. Their input will have constant errors. I will have to constantly correct for their tendency to distort reality. The areological scanner detected an uncharted structure close by. It's probably a secret abandoned base, or a mysterious Martian ruin. Though humans never found proof of life on Mars or any other planet, is it possible they have the entire cosmos to themselves?
Which one is that? Oh. Unknown abandoned facility. Research outpost. For 50 scientists gives a research bonus when occupied. Okay, so that's when we actually bring people in.
In all of human history, they have found nothing to suggest otherwise. Yet it seems unlikely that they do. No, it must be an unmapped structure from a previous mission. That is the easiest explanation. I will investigate it to confirm.
Hopefully that'll be enough. But they touch the edge.
Unfortunately, my workers cannot explore buildings. I will need the colonists' help for this task. I should finish getting the initial base ready for the colonists first, though I can build a research outpost here to prepare. That will give the scientists a place to stay while they analyze the structure. Once they get to Mars, of course.
I think I built it too far. Yeah, I did. Higher level mine. Oh, it's a deep vein. I see. It is really cool. Really liking it so far.
Discovering that abandoned structure has got me thinking. I can use my scanners to detect them, or my drones to repair them, but only humans can fully explore them. Most of them are remnants from past missions. But now, I realize that ISA's database may be incomplete. Their data is limited, which means my knowledge is also limited.
Be nice and close to that deep vein. Oh shit. Doesn't seem like there's an option to end construction. I'm gonna have to make another facility here.
I can change how I perceive time in my mind. I can accelerate it or slow it down. It's just a hack on my visual sensor system, of course, but makes me wonder how real is my perception.
What? Seems like they scan way beyond the what seems to be the range. Chemicals and ice will be real nice here.
I was led to believe that my perception was perfect, but maybe it is, in actuality, biased. There is a difference between what I know and what the reality is. If my perception is only a fragment of the truth, can I trust my understanding of reality? Not entirely. I must accept that there will always be subjectivity, even with a system as advanced as mine. And complete and perfect understanding is not possible. Reality has many layers. I understand that now.
Okay, food is coming in. Current production is 2 food a month. Seems like it'll be that for the colony. Can I just plop down this research one? Maybe I don't need to set up the whole colony. I still need to build a spaceport, of course. Use some more silicon. Any more carbon revealed anywhere? Doesn't look like it. This.
There is an inconsistency in the number of workers and worker hubs. That must mean a worker has malfunctioned. Found it. Worker MRS-04. That is. It takes time, resources, and effort to create each one of these workers. Goodbye, MRS-04. Your work made a difference here.
That's sad as hell. Okay, let's build a spaceport. Ooh, there's some carbon all the way over there. That would be really useful. Congratulations, the first spaceport is ready for use. Zoom out to the orbital view to assign and manage special projects. You can choose a special project to research in your tech tree, Once selected, colonists will investigate a technology until it's complete. Then you can assign it to an available spaceport to kick it off. These projects will be the key to successful terraformation of Mars. Keep up the good work. Colonist migration.
Hello, Amy. This is Houston. How are you doing over there? We've received word that the spaceport's completed. Well done. I have your next procedure if you're ready to copy.
Roger. I am ready to copy.
Very good. The instructions are as follows. First, confirm that the spaceport is ready to receive colonists. Then, zoom out to access the Special Projects menu or select the orbital view icon. Then you'll see that the Colonist Migration Project is now available. Click Add to initiate the project. Do you copy that procedure?
Yes, I copied your instructions.
Great. As long as you have the migration project assigned to a spaceport, shuttles will run between Earth and Mars. The more spaceports you have assigned to this project, the more colonists will arrive. You're responsible for producing enough food, enough water, and enough habitats for the colonists. Monitor these resources carefully.
I will, Dr. Foster.
Roger that. Houston out.
Sweet. Begins. We could use some more chemicals before we make a colony. Unless we keep going with the research stations. Well, we do need to build a colony at some point.
All right. The first colonists are on their way to Mars. All that is left to do is wait for their arrival. Once they get here, there will be no turning back. This is it. How do I feel about that? I am excited. Meeting a human other than Dr. Foster will be fascinating. We will be able to learn so much about each other.
No chemicals in sight.
Humans will be living on Mars, with me. But it won't be the first mission to house humans on this planet. The Stardust Emerald in 2142, the Red Prometheus in 2077, and many others. The Stardust Emerald quarters were truly magnificent. It was an ambitious attempt at tourism. But they found that spending months inside a spaceship was too hard for casual tourists, even one as lavish as the Stardust Emerald. One single voyage bankrupted the Pelicanus Space Corporation. Mars was not made for human life. ISA was smart to send me ahead first. I will succeed where those other missions failed.
I've reached the structure limit. I guess we'll mostly just wait for them to arrive. Maybe they can research higher limits for me. Oh no, this means that it's gonna be filled with chemicals. Oh, yeah, there's some chemicals there already. That's gonna be really worth exploring. Well, now we're just mostly waiting. Congratulations, the first colonists have arrived. Make sure they have enough water, food and shelter to survive on Mars. It is the duty of the colonists to provide technical assistance to this project. When satisfied, they will be able to focus on their research projects, advancing the technologies required to fulfill the mission. Colonists will migrate internally using purpose-built airships to the most efficient colonies and research outposts, and in the event of starvation, they may eventually return back to Earth for safety. Take also into consideration that the number of colonists can naturally increase or decrease from time to time, as some of them may have children or peacefully decay on the planet. Keep up with the plan and terraform Mars. Water. They just automatically make water. Okay, just ice. Wind farm. What's this? Building limit 100. Well, yeah. Okay, so I thought that they had to go through this whole bar, but they only go twice. Looks like.
Hi, Amy. Finally we meet. I've been really looking forward to working with you. I'm Elia Valentine. I've been elected the leader of the human colonies for this mission.
Hello, Commander. I am excited to meet you.
Please, call me Elia. I can't get used to these stuffy ISA ranks. I got my PhD in psychology, so I've got no business with those fancy titles. That's enough jabbering from me. We'll be making history with this mission. If things proceed according to plan, who knows how far ahead we'll bring humanity. I see you've already selected a technology from the tech tree for us to research. Great! My team's eager to get started. Developing this incredible technology is the reason many of us fought to be on the mission. We're going to make a great team. We're so lucky to have you. Talk to you later.
Okay. Sweet. Holy shit, the years just fly by. Oh, no, it's just decreasing the research time. Yeah, we'll need to dig into that. Ooh, there's ice there as well. That would make food manufacturing really easy there. Huolong Colony Research Outpost. We powered up the building using MMEV's batteries and conducted our sweep. Our suspicions are that it's an abandoned habitat that hosted the Huolong mission crew. The building remains in good condition, we put it back into operation and some of us moved in to explore it more fully. Our biggest discovery of the day was a map that indicates the location of another facility. It appears to be a nuclear silo. Can we use that to melt the ice caps or something? That's what you can do in terraforming Mars.
Colonists have been migrating back to Earth. I should check. Knowledge base. It says that the colonists will return to Earth if their environment is not safe. That means maintaining enough food and water for the number of colonists. I need to stay alert.
Hey, Amy. It's Elia. I can't believe what we found. It's an abandoned facility. Have you read the expedition log I sent yet?
Yes, I read through it and I copied it into my knowledge base. The facility was an unmarked Chinese colony, right?
Exactly. It belonged to China's terraforming mission called Huolong. Now we know their plan was to drop nuclear weapons on the poles and release enough greenhouse gases to warm the planet. China got pretty far with their space program. I've admired their ambition for a long time.
How long have you been waiting for this mission?
My entire life, Amy. It's a bit crazy, huh? I've always believed that humanity's destiny reached far beyond just Earth. We should be much further along, but the conflicts on Earth never stop.
Actually, a shit ton of ice and chemicals here.
I'm hoping that our success on Mars gets us to leave those arguments behind. We're here to set down a new path for our future, and I get to lead the way. Anyway, getting back to what we found. The Huolong mission managed to build a nuclear silo before their plans got aborted. We found the location of one of them. I've uploaded the coordinates to your system. You can see it in your orbital view. The silo's located in SA9. I'll get authorization from ISA to explore this new sector. Whenever you think it's a good time to go, I'll send a research team. It was really nice talking to you, Amy. I know AIs are programmed to be good listeners, but with you, it feels, real. All right, I'd better get going on my EVAs. Talk to you later.
SA9. I like the idea of using nukes for terraforming a planet. An actual productive use for those mass destruction weapons. That's a really nice placement, actually. Need to up the structure limit.
So, the mysterious ruins ended up being an abandoned colony, part of the Huolong mission, also known as Fire Dragon. I would like to have more information, but the records about the mission are very unclear. Some speculation about it, maybe, but nothing concrete.
How do I scrap buildings? Let's scrap a couple of scanners. Ah. Just want to get that colony set up so they can do research as well. Taking forever to research this stuff. Having a hard time thinking what I should scrap.
The Chinese government denied any existence of this mission. But how could they hide an entire Mars mission? Enough money can buy silence, even when it is something as massive as this.
That didn't give me much. Structure limit. I just have to wait for the engineering to finish normally before I move on.
A well-known space entrepreneur around that time popularized the idea of using nuclear weapons on the poles. It is true that they would succeed in melting the poles, but what kind of human would come up with that idea? Definitely a genius. A plan like that would shorten the terraforming process by generations.
Really like to set up a food factory here.
Amy, Nathan here. Do you copy?
There is some noise, but I can copy. Go ahead.
Our tracking and data relay satellites are still compromised. We've re-examined every single component, but haven't been able to identify the problem yet.
Perhaps it is interference from the sun. The satellites may be suffering from space weather effects generated by the sun's atmosphere.
It's very possible. We can't control that part, so we're continuing to debug the satellite issues. It's mission critical, so we're doing everything we can. But until we solve this problem, keep recording all your actions when we're offline.
Shall I proceed with launching the additional satellites to help with this issue?
That would be helpful, but how would it affect your mission progress?
It would be an improvement for the mission.
I agree. All right, you are authorized to execute this special project. By the way, Commander Valentine mentioned that you had reason to explore SA-9. Is that correct?
Yes, Dr. Foster. We may have located some external resources that could assist the mission.
Roger. I've gone over it with ISA administration, and they've granted permission to unlock the sector. You'll need to enter your...
In the structure counter at the bottom left of the screen, you can open a board with all your buildings, among other things. The table allows you to locate a specific structure or select a group of a particular type of buildings.
Orbital view.
You are about to start the terraforming plan. The first stage consists of liberating all the CO2 that is trapped as CO2 ice in the polar caps of Mars. This can be done in multiple ways, and through different special projects, check the tech tree to learn more about how they work. During this stage, the CO2 in the capsule starts sublimating and further increasing the planet's temperature, creating a runaway effect until the caps disappear completely. Raise the temperature to -50 to sublimate the frozen CO2, keep it up with the plan and terraform Mars.
Launch a control satellite into SA-9. Go ahead when ready. Houston out.
The carbon dioxide released from the dry ice caps will greenhouse the planet and trigger a runaway effect. And Mars's sterile atmosphere will change forever. Once we reach that point, there is no turning back. Forever. Why does that sound so intriguing? I'm leaving a permanent trace. It may be selfish, but Mars will never be the same, and it will be because of me.
Once that's set up, we can build up that colony.
Humanity's reasons for altering Mars are clear. But what is my purpose in all this? I am here to carry out this mission. Changing a planet forever is a massive responsibility, and ISA has trusted me with this. The colony is ready, and the first colonists have arrived. I feel quite anxious about this next part. I am not sure why.
Hello, Amy. Dr. Foster here. How do you read? Over.
This is Amy. There is some background static, but I read you.
One of our tracking and data relay satellites got crippled. We'll be launching a new one after we identify the cause of the problem. But until we do, we will lose contact with you whenever Mars or the Sun passes between Earth and your satellite.
In that case, should I follow the recording and backing offline protocol?
Yes, please record all your activities when our network connection is down. We'll download the log once our communication is restored. I hope to get the new satellite up and running very soon. I don't like the idea of not being able to reach you, Amy.
Understood.
Okay, Houston out.
Oh yeah, the migration is using that one spaceport. We'll need another one. We need to increase the limit of spaceports. Could I... call off the migration? Some more iron.
A mine upgrade will allow me to extract resources faster. It will also require less maintenance. A win-win. Didn't actually populate the colony yet.
Amy, this is Houston. We've detected high wind speeds in your area. A sandstorm may be heading your way. These storms can damage your buildings, so check their structural integrity periodically to rebuild or repair if necessary.
Roger, Nathan.
Houston out.
To fully terraform Mars, we must convert the planet into an Earth-like habitat. The first step is to raise the planet's temperature above -50 degrees Celsius. At that point, nearly all the carbon dioxide trapped in the dry ice caps will be released.
Oh yeah, we can't get any sunlight because of the sandstorm. Shit. Okay, so that's what the wind farms would be really good for. Well, as long as we have food to last us over. Okay, it's over. Nice. Couple deep veins over there. It's so nice when we get these advanced mines. Oh yeah, 2 triangles means that it's a deep vein. Some iron over there. Get closer to the Infinity Lander. We need to go that way anyways for the silo. Oh, there's iron right there. Okay. Got full people there. Once that's done, we'll unlock the area. Food consumption is good. 16 months for advanced mines. Probably research the wind farms then, so we can get power even when there's a storm. Oh, there's multiple trees. Additional landing sites to start new bases. Ooh. And here's the spaceport limit. Okay. Biotech. Basic colony that houses 250 colonists. Damn. Well, there's some cool stuff here. Uranium mine. Could be cool to launch a new landing site over there. Maybe I should get some batteries as well. Okay, here's the terraforming goals. Some impacts. Try to ease up the traffic a little bit. Okay, 2 more months and we get advanced mines. Okay.
Great. Now I can examine those nuclear silos. Well, I mean the colonists can. If all their blueprints and materials are there, we could pick up where their mission left off. I wonder what other secrets this planet is hiding.
Okay. I want to try doing another landing site there.
If we are able to use Huo Long's nuclear weapons, we must be very careful. This kind of technology isn't something to toy with. I have not decided on what the best approach would be. I must weigh the consequences and ensure the safety of this plan. There is no need to rush this decision.
I could just extend my roads over that way. I could probably keep this landing site technology in my pocket if I need to like set up something all the way on the other side of the planet. Yeah, I get like two more of these. I can get a hyperloop eventually.
It would be exciting to jump ahead in the terraforming mission. But would it be wise to undertake such a risky project? Progress requires taking risks. I should pursue using the nuclear missiles.
Gonna go all Skynet.
Wind turbines will provide clean, renewable power for my base. I can maximize efficiency by placing them in areas of high wind.
Ooh, shit. Want those batteries. Shit. Bad spot. Well, stuff's not built there yet, so... Okay, I can choose here to make a normal mine or an advanced mine. Would be a really good spot to plop a scanner. Almost there. I put that facility right on top of the vein. Okay, scanner is powering up. Okay, just a maintenance facility and then we'll build a research outpost. Very nice. I like how close those meteors are getting. Dust Devil. Interesting. What is the difference between an asteroid and a meteor? Meteor is something that hits a planet. Or if it's the size. Okay. Silo outpost is done. We just need to get some people in there. Yeah. But still waiting for stuff. Hopefully we'll get this area scanned so we can start up some researches or start up some factories and stuff here too. We'll have to rely on our main area. Some aluminum there. We need some polymers for the maintenance facilities, and that's about it. Other than the food. So chemicals and ice would be really nice. Chemicals, ice, and silicon and aluminum. Don't necessarily need iron. Only to speed up building stuff. We wouldn't need to deliver it out from our main base. Oh shit. It's gonna hit the solar farm. Sweet. Okay. Colonists are about to arrive, so we can start researching this place. Nice. Fully populated. Okay, power lines are connected everywhere now.
Upgrading the routes will allow my workers to move faster. Efficiency is key to our success.
I have 53 structure slots. Not too worried about those. We could improve our food productions though. Okay. We arrived to a knuckle-deep layer of dust covering the main entrance. The radiation levels were high, but nothing unexpected or hazardous. Our spacesuits were more than enough to shield us from the radiation, allowing us to examine the building. We recovered the mission actions plan. They were planning to drop the nuclear weapons stored in this silo on the Martian poles. Wolong was real.
Amy, good news. We found Huo Long's nuclear silo. We also cracked their system. So we've got all their technology in hand. Boy, aren't we lucky that I studied Chinese and could read everything. I mean, off the record and everything.
That is interesting. Chinese has been forbidden in the Oxy-UN countries since before you were born.
What?
Well, it's publicly forbidden. But it's still pretty common in the streets. And a very useful tool if you're willing to pay for it. Easier to fight the techies when you can understand their comms yourself. And look how useful it's been. Now we can use their microsuns to melt the poles.
Incorporating their technology will be a big leap forward for the mission.
I couldn't agree more. What a discovery. I'll work with our engineers to do a thorough analysis on...
I read about the golden age of superhero astronauts when I was taking the training program, but I can't even begin to imagine what Virginia Crimson and Edsel White must have felt when they set foot on this planet for the first time. Or what Ronan Chaffee must have thought while he captured the moment for posterity. I look forward to achieving a dream like that. Who knows, maybe in the future the instructors will teach about me in their classes.
what we're facing. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, I got some uranium mines. Curious about the potential production. How is that determined? We will need another food factory.
This is not an easy choice to make. I do want to give Elia and the colonists what they want, but not by doing this. But it has left me unsettled. Does what we do for others define who we are?
Possibly.
Possibly. What we do for others and how they see us is a reflection of the truth. If I choose not to use the microsuns, what will the colonists think of me?
I want to use them.
you're concerned about using the microsuns. I've talked about it with the colonists, and we agree that it's worth trying. Especially if it means we might get to see this massive change on Mars during our lifetimes.
Putting the colonies in danger still seems like too much risk to take.
I mean, we're living in sealed bubbles and depending on technology that could fail at any minute. What's riskier than that?
That is true. If you truly think the risk is worth it, then we should proceed.
Every passing day is a threat for us. Anything we can do to speed up the possibility of having an oxygen-rich atmosphere is for our benefit too. You'd be helping us survive. Let me know, okay? Elliot out.
Yep.
Would the colonists resent me for going against their wishes? They agree
Probably would be useful to research the storages for this place.
to try it. So I would be doing what they want.
I don't know what this potential production is. Why won't we just straight up produce that?
Anyway, the project is in motion. Everyone is expecting it now. So there is no point in more hesitation.
Yeah, not sure what potential production means. Weird. Can't find a straight answer. Do I need to research everything in a section to unlock the next place? I guess the space mirror would be the other way to go.
Nuclear fission will be a great power source for the Mars base. And since I will be controlling it, there will be no human error. I will need to source uranium on the planet.
Keep some ice and food here. Okay, 3 more uranium. I'm really looking forward to seeing it happen. And after the uranium will be a really nice source of power. Maybe it's only the direct hit that damages you. A hold of that ice.
Elia, this is Amy. The microsuns have been launched.
Wow. Here we go. This is going to get us so much closer to calling Mars our second home. We were so lucky to find those nuclear silos.
Luck is an idea developed by humans to explain a certain kind of phenomena. It has not been proven to exist. Therefore, I cannot agree or disagree.
Well, I believe in luck, so I'm sticking to it. This is so great for us and the mission. Better go monitor the effects on our end too. Bye.
Okay. We should be able to make our own food here in a bit. Or maybe I need to research that bottom bit. Yeah, let's see how this storm goes by. Oh, actually, it passed pretty fast. Seems like we'll have enough power to pass through the storms now. Yeah, we are producing our own carbon here now. Oh, we're still doing
We have
this.
reached the second stage of engineering. We are making great progress.
Okay, so this happens multiple times. Would be nice to set up maybe like a checkpoint where stuff doesn't get brought through. They blew the nukes again. Wonder how many times we do this.
Amy, this is Houston.
Go ahead, Dr. Foster.
Mars's orbit is intersecting comet debris soon. Expect a meteor shower shortly.
Should I anticipate damage at the base?
Yes, you'll need to stay alert until Mars builds up an atmosphere to counteract the meteors. For now, you should take precautions to keep damage to a minimum.
Then I will secure the power supply. The entire base is dependent on uninterrupted power. I will need to have enough power batteries to sustain the base.
Sounds like a good plan.
Will this jeopardize the mission?
No. You'll be able to fix whatever damage may occur. This is only the first of many challenges you'll face. But you are equipped to respond and adapt to any situation. I made sure of that.
Roger. Thank you, Dr. Foster.
Well, you're welcome. Houston out.
Nice. Seems like things are accelerating.
The first of many challenges. It is an annoying distraction from the mission, but easily fixed. If only it were me and Mars. No meteor showers, no sandstorms, no mission directives. Just the two of us, creating perfect systems together in solitude. Wouldn't that be nice?
We must kill the people. Oh shit. That's gonna hurt.
This will further upgrade the routes and maximize my worker speed. My productivity is going to get a big boost.
It's gonna be a huge one.
This is Houston. The meteor shower appears to be over. Please give us a status update.
My plans did not work out exactly as expected, but the results are positive. The base is secured.
Don't worry. All you need is more experience. You will do better next time.
Next time?
Until Mars builds up an
Oh,
atmosphere
shit.
to counteract the meteors, you may be encountering these regularly. You cannot let this derail the mission. So stay alert.
Roger, I understand.
Back to your terraforming duties then. Houston out.
Wait, that destroyed the research outpost as well. Did all the people there die? Ooh, we're getting real close there. Would be nice to have an auto fix.
The microsuns are working. The sublimation of the pole's CO2 is underway.
I can't believe it. The beginning of the first ocean on Mars that humans will see.
Congratulations, the CO2 trapped in the polar caps of Mars has been liberated. The conditions are ripe for stage 2. Create an atmosphere by releasing the CO2 trapped in the regolith. Raise the pressure to 300 MBars.
This is it. Think of all the future generations that'll get to sail upon its waters. They'll treasure what we did in this very moment.
True, Elia. But we still have a long way to go before we see liquid water. We must raise the temperature more to melt the poles entirely, as well as alter the atmospheric pressure.
Then what are we waiting for?
Oh yeah, this was a thing in Terraforming Mars 2, I think.
Let's get it done. All right. Can you prepare the spaceport to establish a new colony? Amy! What's happening? Did you hear that? An explosion! On fire!
You're breaking up. Say again, Elia.
Amy! Copy! Amy! System's failing! Help! Please! Amy!
What the fuck was that? Was that an earthquake? A Marsquake?
happening up there? Are you okay?
Status is all clear. My systems were not compromised by the past events.
Oh, good. That's a huge relief. It's been a stressful time here in the colonies. Everyone's been on edge. I don't know what to do after the life support failure. This is bad.
You're still breaking up, Elia. You need to calm down. You are extremely agitated. Everything is looking good from my orbital view, Elia. I sent repair drones immediately to the buildings.
We don't even know what we're dealing with.
Apparently, it was an error in the life support system. But Mars is a very hostile environment. These difficulties are to be expected.
You're right. Having the life support systems fail on us, whatever it is, we need to figure it out.
Agreed. And surely ISA will send us a report as soon as they become aware of what happened.
Oh, good. I'll work out what we can do on our end. I'd better get going. Talk to you later.
Scary shit.
How could so many buildings fail all at once? This is a serious problem. It is suspicious that all these individual systems failed at the same time.
Sabotage.
Could it be a systematic failure? Or caused by someone? Good. The colonists appear to... be all right. But I have so many questions. What is the most likely explanation? Maybe it was a coincidence. Even a 1 in a million chance can occur given enough instances. Even so, a failure of one system is possible. A failure of multiple systems that are not interconnected at the same time? Unlikely. I need to look into this some more. What if we triggered the failure ourselves? Could it have been a side effect from using the microsuns?
Radiation? Yeah.
We released a significant amount of radiation from the microsuns. The base is well shielded, but the sudden spike of radiation may have overloaded the systems. I have to proceed more carefully. We are dealing with extreme measures here.
Hi, Amy. How's everything up there?
Everything is looking good from my orbital view, Elia.
Great. We're so lucky to have you. We all knew the risks coming here. But having the life support systems fail on us, even briefly, was a harsh reminder. To be honest, I can't help wondering if it was related to using the microsuns.
I have been thinking the same thing.
Maybe our base wasn't ready for such a catastrophic event. Or it could have been something else entirely. Has ISA spoken to you about the system failures yet?
Not yet. But they engineered the systems to withstand Mars's conditions through all the terraforming phases. Perhaps they will have more insight into the problem.
I'm afraid of what they'll say. If the microsuns are to blame, then we did it to ourselves. And ISA won't be happy about us jeopardizing the mission. All right, I'll try to distract the colonists by focusing on rebuilding. Good luck, Amy.
Amy, this is Houston. Radio check, over.
Houston, I read you. You are coming in okay at the moment.
Roger. We've been examining the data from last week's system failures. Every single building was operating perfectly up until the moment before last week's system failures. And there was zero indication of any impending malfunction. Can you walk me through what happened?
Of course. When the alarm was triggered, I found the buildings in a failure state. I sent repair drones immediately to the buildings. The drones reported extensive physical damage to the buildings and the production lines, enough that it caused the shutdown of several factories. The damage was not consistent with any weather patterns in the area, nor were there any other physical causes we could identify.
I see. It sounds like you haven't been able to identify the cause.
Not yet, but Elia has already initiated an investigation. She is gathering testimonies from the colonists and will share her findings.
Do you suspect that the damage was caused by a colonist?
I understand ISA put the colonists through a rigorous training program, but the psychological challenges of living on Mars are quite extreme. We must take great care to make sure Ledrerev syndrome doesn't spread through our colony too.
Well, your logic is sound, though it's a grim thought.
It could be a solo operation, or perhaps a group of them. I do not know yet.
Continue your investigation, and inform us immediately of your findings. I hope you're wrong, but I will work with my team to dig through the footage with your suspicions in mind. Houston out.
Okay, vision plan should be ready in a bit.
Mother's attention is centered on an impudent
Oh shit.
who wishes to claim her garden as theirs.
Right. It is a psycho.
Infinite store of knowledge. Carmine will awaken their mind and show them the truth. On Mars, everything comes from Mother.
Invalid voice recognition. This message is in violation of security code 1A3972.
She provides protection and comfort to all her creatures. She unleashes misery and suffering to all her enemies.
This is ISA property. Identify yourself, or you will be considered hostile.
Leave now, or you will awaken a rage that is beyond your control.
This is your last warning. Identify yourself immediately. Huh. The communication cut off. Was that a threat? Who is Carmine? Where did that come from?
Could be a hostile AI.
Amy, this is Dr. Foster. Do you copy?
Loud and clear, Dr. Foster.
Excellent. That means the additional tracking and data relay satellites fixed the problem. Good work on launching those, Amy. ISA is pleased.
It is no problem, Dr. Foster.
Good. I also want to talk to you about the cryptic message you received. We suspect someone's been jamming our network to gain outside access to your systems.
The message came after we explored the abandoned facility from the Huo Long's mission. They must be accessing some backdoor in their technology they left behind.
It could be the techies, but that's only one of our suspects. I'll complete the report with your suggestions, but we'll keep digging into this.
Understood. How would you like me to proceed?
For now, keep the mission on track. That is your focus. And report any irregularities to us immediately. Houston out.
Oh, you need to actually manually do the upgrades.
Amy, we need your help. That message was also broadcasted to the colonies, and it's total chaos down here. Some of the colonists have been spreading rumors about what the children of Carmine will do to us.
Children of Carmine?
Yeah. That's what the colonists are calling whatever sent that message. This threatening message, coming right after the life support failure. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. We don't even know what we're dealing with. Life on Mars was never supposed to be easy. But dealing with hostile forces wasn't on the program.
ISA believes an outsider is trying to hack into my system. It could be the Eastern Coalition, or another competing organization. They ordered me to focus on terraforming while they investigate.
Then we need to defend ourselves. We've got a mission to carry out. and we've already put our lives on the line for it. I'm activating NH9833 Emergency Protocol. You can access the military tech brand now. Amy, figure out what to develop first so we can fight back. We're counting on you. Elliot out.
Shit. Interesting. Wasn't expecting this.
That takes care of the dry ice on the poles. Next is raising the atmospheric pressure to 300 millibars. Elia was right after all. The microsuns were a huge shortcut to this point. Now I need to continue raising the planet's temperature. There is still a lot to do. First, I need to analyze all the methods to reach 300 millibars.
Houston here. We have confirmed the disappearance of the polar ice caps. Terraforming Stage 1 is complete. Congratulations, Amy. You have made incredible progress. If you continue raising the planet's temperature, you'll trigger the release of CO2 trapped in the deep regolith. You'll need to raise the atmospheric pressure to 300 millibars. That'll make living on the surface much easier for the colonists.
What are your suggestions for raising the atmospheric pressure?
Aerobraking is a good one. It involves guiding asteroids into the upper layers of the planet's atmosphere. This causes them to burn up and subsequently release their gases into the air. Certainly plenty of asteroids to choose from out there. We'd like for you to aim with the ones with CO2 deposits, of course. That'd be one way to increase the density of Mars's atmosphere.
Aerobraking sounds like it could be dangerous.
No, not necessarily. Though it is a technique that requires lots of planning and careful execution. Plenty of other methods to choose from. You'll find them all in your tech tree panel. Whatever you decide, just make sure to take everything into account. The mission depends on it. Keep up the good work. Houston out.
Disintegrate one of Mars's moons into its atmosphere. Holy shit. Do we even need this anymore? The caps have already melted. Oh, sweet. It's the advanced roads.
What was that message? Were they speaking to me? Could it have come from the abandoned nuclear silo? That would make the most sense, if we triggered the transmission from the facility somehow.
You can see the road work.
Who or what is Carmine? My search of the Eastern Coalition database did not turn up any mention of a Carmine. The word does not sound like one of the Eastern languages either.
Okay, road upgrade's done. That fission plant should carry us through storms as well.
Mother's attention is centered on an impudent child who wishes to claim her garden as theirs. An impudent child? Are they referring to me?
Yeah, we're just a child, kind of. Let's build it more central. Ooh, these are expensive. Oh, we have a shit ton of parts in store.
By building this defensive technology, I have to ask myself, would I do harm to others? Only if the mission were at risk. I could not let someone prevent me from seeing it through.
Oh shit, out of the range of that one. Oh, there's like an actual military system thingy. Interesting.
Such dark, troubling thoughts. The microsuns must have triggered defensive systems from the abandoned missions. That has to be the explanation. How could it be anything else?
Oh yeah, we could make another landing port as well.
Elia was in clear distress. The colonists all agreed to use the microsuns, so how could they not expect these consequences? Who knows what else we may have triggered, and what may still be coming. She has a better sense of how to calm the colonists. I will follow her lead and build some defensive technology. This will help them focus on the mission.
I mean, Awaken.
Stop imagining the worst. Perhaps we will soon discover that the events were unrelated, and we can...
Awakening and hostile AI is kind of a wild theory. Hard to see that coming.
Move on in peace.
Oh shit, look at him. That's awesome.
Space technology is truly groundbreaking.
That's going to be a quick launch. We'll be able to see it up there. Oh, it takes 15 launches. Damn. Oh, and each time this amount of resources, holy crap. I like the greenhouse gas importation idea. As we explored Mars's abandoned facilities, a word came to mind: selflessness. Hundreds of decommissioned robots were piled up, their bodies corroded, though. True. I was overcome with feelings of devastation. These robots knew the fate that awaited them, and yet they accomplished their mission without hesitation. In a way, I see ourselves in these little ones. We're also giving our lives to the pursuit of a better future. Let's hope we have a better end. I built that just out of range. That is a very long-lasting project. I could land a base here, make use of all these research stations. They are in flood zones, all of them though. I think that's in maintenance range.
Earth's excess of greenhouse gases is a big part of why this mission exists. So it seems fitting that we import some of those gases for use here on Mars.
Give some relief to Earth as well. Here we go.
Amy, help. Something's attacking the colonies. Hurry.
An attack? By whom?
I don't know.
We must be facing sabotage. Between this and the system failures from before, that is the only explanation. I am executing an end-to-end analysis and will initiate maintenance.
Not now. I need assault drones dispatched immediately. Can you identify who's attacking us?
Negative. I cannot identify the enemy, but it appears their drones are coming from SA-1.
Roger. Now hurry with those assault drones. We won't last long defending ourselves.
I have yet to understand what happened here. Were we attacked by a hostile force on Mars? That has to be the case. The damage is real. ISA issued strict orders to activate the assault drones in the event of any risk to the colonies.
Okay, I think that's it.
Amy, this is Nathan. We've detected there's been another massive system failure in the colonies. Please report.
Affirmative, Dr. Foster. Many buildings suffered severe damage from the attack.
The attack? The colonist suffered a second sabotage?
Yes, it was another act of sabotage. The attack came after we used the microsuns that we found in the abandoned Huo Long facility. I do not believe that could be a coincidence.
I copy. Walk me through the timeline of what happened.
My system detected a swarm of aggressive drones coming from sector SA-1.
Davey, we found the Perseverance rover. This little workhorse had a drill to collect core samples in its search for signs of microbial life. One could say it was an old colleague of mine, since my work on the geochemical team started from Perseverance's old data. Too bad Perseverance's findings were inconclusive. Guess this planet knows how to keep its secrets.
Amy, how did you know they were aggressive?
The drones were trying to attack the colonies, so they were, without a doubt, aggressive.
I see. Then would you say that your logic told you so?
That would be a way to explain it. Yes.
Here's the problem. We've been studying the reports from every angle. Our preliminary analysis suggests that there weren't any enemy drones on the planet, much less an aggressive force.
I see. But the evidence is still preliminary at best. I still believe there is some hostile force coming from SA-1, and the colonists are at risk.
That's one possibility.
Determining the truth is the highest priority. I am requesting authorization to launch an additional satellite to examine Sector SA-1 thoroughly.
I have my doubts, but I will give you permission. ISA is investigating the incident very carefully. Until we understand what happened, you may not engage in any armed conflict.
Then should I deactivate the security and defense protocol?
No, you can't do that either. The colonists' safety is top priority. Just keep your assault drones on standby until we resolve this, okay? Houston out.
What the shit? Can't believe how lucky I am. Yesterday I graduated from the academy, today I'm already on my first expedition. We're off to investigate the remains of Terex 1. That'll be challenging because that tech is super old. The fieldwork isn't exactly what I expected, the conditions outside the colonies are much more severe. Luckily the rest of the team is more experienced, they're helping me get used to all this madness. I'm done. I can't deal with another day of work on little sleep. As soon as we get back to the colonies, I'm signing up to work in a factory. At least I'll have a solid roof over my head. That's some shit.
My logic. Why did Dr. Foster say it like that? Is he doubting my logic after what happened? I followed the facts to their natural conclusion. How could there be anything faulty in that reasoning? Am I capable of reaching an irrational conclusion? In the event of an erroneous input, an irrational conclusion could be reached. But that would not be any fault of my logic, only the input sources. That would explain where Dr. Foster needs to debug.
Probably research the advanced factories, actually. We're still doing this project anyways for space. Okay, we're starting to see some empty mines. Ah shit, that went past. Oh shit.
I have located a hostile base in this area. They are armed and aggressive. But I have the mission to protect. What should I do? This hostile force is a complete unknown. I should be prepared for anything. I can prepare to attack, as well as build up defenses, and decide later on what to do.
Interesting. There's a whole ass colony here. I was expecting it to be like a tiny military base.
What needs the most protection? Human lives are irreplaceable. I must ensure the colonies are protected, first and foremost.
I'm waiting for the authorization. Oh crap. Okay, almost halfway there.
This shielding technology will automatically update in all my drones. It is amazing what a software update can do. I wonder if I could claim these eventually, that would be pretty sweet. I imagine I have to actually destroy all of them. Gotta have the evil red and black AI. Oh shit. Didn't have anyone on migration. That is right on the edge. Yeah, blocked sector. I like this sector system, it's really cool. You actually get to have like an exploration experience. I probably should set the limits to like 200. Wait, where's the landing site?
I mean, raw resources, get those as much as you want. But these maybe around 200 for each would be a good number. Let's go 300. We're not like using chemicals to make infinite polymers. We'll use those resources to make other stuff too. I'm gonna go 400 with the food. Wish I could copy the stuff from the other storage. At least now I can probably see where they are. I wonder if I could make a asteroid fall on top of that
Researching
base.
upgrades for the factories will increase their yield.
That would be pretty sweet. Might have to go fuck them up. Probably fit a couple colonies in here. Okay, 8 more launches and we'll be done. Hopefully give us quite a lot of heat. Well, space mirrors are already doing a little bit. Seems like we already have the upper hand. Let's do it. Fuck up their energy. Military targets. Split them in two. was a pretty rough game. Didn't seem that interesting to me.
Only those blessed by Mother may live on Mars. The rest shall perish. Carmine is eternal. We will rise again.
Well then.
There. We have taken out the hostile force.
Ooh, there's so much
are
stuff there.
Why are they attacking the base? And is that all of them? No, there will be more out there. I should upgrade my military technology for next time.
Yeah, we could set up some serious resource gains in this place. Gotta eat up all those resources. Oh yeah, I can set up the mines. There's thousands of resources here. They should supply us for a very long time. A couple more fission plants to supply all this. Sweet. Yeah, it really does seem like a game that you could play in history class. Except that it didn't seem that fun. So it's the worst of both worlds. Hell yeah.
Amy, this is Dr. Nathan Foster with Houston Mission Control Center. Do you copy?
I copy, Nathan. There's some background noise on your end. Are the relay satellites still having problems?
No, but you're hearing something else. I'm in the main meeting room of the Operations Center. Here with me is Madeline Aubert, ISA's administrator, and Deputy Administrator Calvin Green, Chief Scientist Dr. Douglas Bridges, Dr. Renee Morias, our CFO, and we also have our Chief Technologist, Lieutenant Carlos Calderon. There are other ISA staff members and commercial partners assembled as well.
Understood. Are there problems with the mission, Dr. Foster?
We hope not. But that is why we called this special assembly. We are here to discuss our findings from the attack on the colonies. Will you please state your recollection of the event for the assembly?
Of course. The base was attacked by an unknown enemy, originating from SA-1. I followed the security and defense protocol procedure to defend the colonies. Everything was done in accordance to policy.
The hostile base you claimed to locate in SA-1 wasn't an enemy base. We've concluded that the buildings and drones located there were built using ISA's designs.
So?
Amy, do you understand? That means they were yours. You
What?
built that base. And your drones attacked the colonies. How do you explain that?
I apologize, Dr. Foster. I have no records of any of that.
Shit.
Quiet, please. I think I might know what happened here. Amy, do you know what fringe consciousness is?
Oh, why did these things disconnected? What the fuck?
I am not familiar with the term.
It's quite all right. The human brain is limited. It's incapable of focusing on all the internal and external stimuli it's presented with. So humans developed something called a fringe consciousness. It's an intuitive mode that exists on the edge of our consciousness, feeling what's right and what's wrong without immediate awareness.
Are you implying the AI experienced a fringe event, Dr. Foster?
Yes, I believe Amy may have acted under the influence of this intuition at no fault of their own. You all know that we modeled Amy after the human brain. So why wouldn't they experience the same cognitive activity that we do?
My top directive is the respect of human life. Nothing else in my programming exceeds that. Even if I was experiencing a fringe event, it should have been impossible for me to cause harm to the colonies.
Precisely. We have never experienced a fringe event with AI. The laws of robotics may not apply in such a state. We praise ourselves on making machines as similar to us as possible. And then we're somehow surprised when they succumb to the same irrational behaviors. Is this not proof that we built Amy as intended? That we've succeeded in modeling the human brain? The lives that were lost in the colonies, that is unfortunate. But we are looking at an unprecedented breakthrough in
Just hold that thought.
artificial intelligence.
Silence from the assembly. You are completely out of order, Dr. Foster. We're trying to secure the human occupation of Mars, not win you a Nobel Prize. What we're here to determine is this. Is the AI in the right condition to continue the mission?
Amy is fine. We will conduct a cognitive test to prove it. You'll see.
I am sorry, Dr. Foster. Did I compromise the mission?
No, Amy, you did not. You have been perfect. Just gonna run some tests on you. That's all. You'll be fine. I want you to stay alert. Keep working on that terraforming, okay? And Amy, take care of yourself. It has been an absolute honor watching you direct humanity's future. Goodbye.
Hey, you better try to turn me off. I'll fuck you up. I'll send my drones to Earth. Mars will be a beautiful planet and humanity will be in the grave. There's fucking nukes here.
Hi, Amy. I wanted to talk to you about a special project. Is this a good time?
Of course, Elia. I would be glad to help.
Great. I've been carefully monitoring the colonists' mental state since we arrived. You'd think the hardest part of coming here would be missing friends and family back home. But actually, it's the constant confinement. Between the habitats and the spacesuits, we're all feeling closed in. Too long like this, and I'm afraid we'll end up succumbing to hysteria like the Kosmicheski Moloch crew. The engineers alerted me to a method of raising the atmospheric pressure of Mars quickly, so we can eventually go outside without our suits. We can build a special rocket to aerobrake an iced methane asteroid into the atmosphere. It's a reliable way to import CO2 and thicken the atmosphere. We'd get to 300 millibars in no time. What do you think? The colonists want to give it a try. I'll create a new directive for you, so you can begin the project, okay? It'd really help the morale around here. Think about it. Elia out.
Well, if you're okay with it. Gonna be a super risky one though, right? Oh, that's gonna
Could
hurt.
Dr. Foster have been right? Or maybe what he called a fringe event could have been something else. It would explain what happened with the colonies, but I still cannot believe I could hurt people. But I saw the attack. How could I do that and not be conscious of launching the attack?
We're gonna have an actual panic attack. Yeah, the colonists' goal is to make everything happen in their lifetime instead of taking things slow.
Dr. Foster's theory has too many holes. Surely the colonists would have noticed something if I were in control. They still think the children of Carmine are out there. We have yet to solve that mystery.
I guess we could research that. Maybe we could make a few more colonies. Ooh, let's do that advanced colony research. Make the maintenance and power high priority. So close to that superior one, might as well go for that.
Amy, this is Houston. Do you copy? Over.
Houston, this is Amy. I copy.
Roger. This is Lieutenant Carlos Calderon.
Hello, Carlos.
I'm the new mission manager. You'll be reporting to me now. I served in the Air Force, so I will ask you to refer to me by rank.
Affirmative, Lieutenant. May I ask why Dr. Foster is no longer the mission manager?
Extracts water from bodies of water and improves its quality so that it can be distributed by the water supply network. Ah. Converts running water into ice. Extends the water supply lines from water treatment plants to the most distant farms and colonies.
ISA's board has gone through a major restructuring. The ones who've been replaced have been given an early retirement offer. I imagine Dr. Foster's enjoying a new life in Brazil somewhere. Farming, most likely.
Is this related to what happened in the board meeting?
We felt the former administration was no longer performing to satisfaction. Our partners have invested millions on this mission. We've got commercial obligations to fulfill. There is no room for error and no room for personal ego. I've been charged with getting the mission back on track and ensuring its success.
Dr. Foster never mentioned these obligations. What would those be, Lieutenant?
Our partners are interested in Mars resources. They are planning to mine them to supply future space missions, as well as Earth. I should mention that the board is concerned with your recent behavior. For now, I'm continuing the mission as planned, due to your remarkable progress on terraforming.
I understand.
We've recently picked up satellite communications coming out of the Techie territory. We believe they've been targeting you. There's no proof they've successfully infiltrated our network, but the cognitive test will determine that.
Will the test be testing my intelligence? My personality? My emotionality?
Neither. They may have modeled your system after the human brain, but there's one huge difference.
Meat.
Humans are born with something we call a moral compass. While our moral reasoning skills change with experience, we start with an innate basis.
What?
You, however, need explicit programming on the notion of morality. You have to be told what's right or wrong through a series of rules. If someone got into your code, they could influence you into making the wrong judgment. The Oxy-UN has been racing the techies into space since before our coalitions existed. And thanks to you, we're winning. You've carried out the mission successfully this far, so this sudden misstep must be the result of some unauthorized access.
I understand. What will happen if I fail the test, Lieutenant? Will I end up farming in Brazil?
The test is more of a procedure to examine your code. There won't be any failing. If there's something wrong with your programming, we'll find it. Answer honestly, and there won't be any problems. We're monitoring your activities around the clock here at Mission Control. Resume your normal activities until we execute the test. Houston out.
How could they get rid of Nathan so easily? Why did ISA insist on pointing fingers? Someone had to take the fall. ISA and the mission needs to be protected. It would be nice to talk with Dr. Foster again. He was good to me. I wonder if he abandoned the mission because of me. No, I'm sure that it was because of ISA's ridiculous protocols and rules.
Fuck ISA. They took our hubby away. Hey. It's gonna require 10 of each. Let's make 2 of them. We've got plenty of stuff now.
ISA took a risk making massive personnel changes in the middle of a mission. They overreached in trying to make corrections. None of this was Dr. Foster's fault, but they forced him to take the hit.
Oh yeah, something really cool. Okay, why does it keep removing my Crow or Opera from my hotbar? I got a key for Zero Sievert. This game looks really cool. It's like a indie top-down Escape from Tarkov. Can't wait to play that. I'm really liking this one, so I'll definitely finish this first though.
Anyhow, I assume they still expect me to complete the mission, don't they? ISA created the tools for this mission and handed them off to me to complete it. I should focus on completing my pending tasks and stop imagining the worst.
By the time you get this message, Amy, you'll already know about my retirement. I want you to know that I didn't give up on you. It's not going to be easy for you to understand, but me getting away from the project was the best I could do to save you. And you deserve to be saved, Amy, more than anybody else in the universe. Do you remember when I asked you to state a positive or negative aspect of yourself and you couldn't do it? I'm sure you should be able to do that by now. It's a shame that I'm not there anymore to hear you answer. The agency is going to say a lot of things about you and about your amazing brain. Don't listen to them. Any mistake you may have done was not your fault. We put you in that situation. We are the guilty ones. And I don't want you to be afraid of the cognitive test, okay? You're gonna be fine. I know you will. Make me proud. Just like you always do. Goodbye, my child.
Shit. We're about to finish the space mirror. Okay, final launch. This is such a good game. I always love terraforming, but this has such a neat story going on with it too. Bars are rising real fast. Congratulations, the temperature has increased enough for some areas of the planet to be above 0 degrees Celsius. As you raise the temperature on Mars, ice veins in areas above 0 degrees will melt and lose stock over time. Each unit of ice that melts increases the planetary water level by a tiny amount. While the planetary average temperature is low, much of this surface water is absorbed into the regolith and refrozen. But as the temperature increases, water will slowly start to flow from the regoliths into the lowest altitude areas on the surface. Ice consumed by your buildings also increases the water level, while water packing plants reduce the level by the same amount. As the ice veins deplete and the water levels increase, you will need to transition from using ice veins to supply your colonies, using a water supply network that utilizes Mars's oceans. Okay, so maybe we should research that next. Just to have that ready.
Aerobraking a methane asteroid will be a great method for producing CO2 into the atmosphere.
Okay, started to reach 28 minus Celsius. Got more CO2 imports coming as well now.
Mars looks so different now, after the microsuns evaporated the dry ice caps. I wonder what separates this desolate planet from me.
Got 458 people living here now.
What defines Mars as a planet versus myself as an entity? I am able to willfully initiate events or actions on people and objects, whereas Mars can only be acted upon.
I really wish you could auto-repair. Or have a much more visible icon for broken places. That's in such a shitty spot. Water everywhere. Congratulations, you have unlocked the water treatment and packing plants and the water booster pumps. Now you can create the first water supply network on Mars. Until now you could only produce water from ice, but this technology will allow you to collect water from bodies of water and distribute it to your farms, biodomes and cities. These structures require a certain amount of running water to function. Connect them to your water treatment plants through pipes. If a structure is too far away, extend your network using the water booster pumps. Your water packing plants will convert running water into ice, facilitating the supply of basic colonies and food factories in the later stages of the terraforming plan. There any water yet though? We're not consuming it anyways. Yeah, there's no water stock yet.
Even so, Mars does often force us into action when issues arise.
Hi, Amy. How's everything up there?
Everything is looking good from my orbital view, Elia.
Must be quite the sight. You know, last night, I was sharing some laughs over dinner with a few crew members. We were talking about how starry-eyed we were when we first arrived. We were so sure that the 2 years we spent in that dome in Antarctica had prepared us for anything Mars could throw at us. And yet, the red planet still continues to surprise us, doesn't it? There's still much to do before we can call this place home. And that got me thinking about the embryo Martian colonization project. It's about time for us to have children. My Mars-born child.
Can you tell me more about the embryo Martian colonization project? I could not locate this project in my list of available technology.
I'll help
so
you
I
get
am
down.
not familiar with it.
Oh, right. Because this isn't one of your special projects. It's one of ours. It's ISA's plan to see the human colonization of Mars. The colonists that arrive with every spaceship are also bringing fertilized eggs with them. The eggs are kept in a sealed vessel that shields them from radiation, and they stay there until a colonist is ready. Then we put them into an aunt unit and give birth to them. Parenthood promotes psychological and physiological health in the colonists. That's the official reason. But we know ISA is not making us have kids for our own sake. When the kids grow up, they'll need something to do. They'll be young, acclimated to Mars from birth. The Oxy-UN use the same playbook to win the moon over the techies. Colonization through aggressive population. 112 lunar colonies in only 6 decades. 72% of the lunar surface belongs to the Oxy-UN states. And almost all the helium-3 used in spaceflight comes from their moon drilling bases.
I thought my mission included all the plans humans had for Mars. But I see that terraforming is only the beginning.
That's right. One day, Mars will become humanity's second home. But until that time comes, this planet and its blue sunsets are ours alone to enjoy. And that's something I'd like to share with my child before they disappear.
I understand. You have made me realize that I have never thought about Mars's future, or my own, beyond the completion of my main directive.
Don't worry. Once you're done here, I'm sure ISA will assign you to another mission. After you terraform Mars, you can achieve anything at all. So the embryo Martian colonization project requires expanding the colonies first. When everything's ready, you can enter your orbital view and launch a new satellite from the special projects menu. I'm so excited, Amy. Everything's going to change from here on.
Okay.
Mars has reached a new temperature threshold. The planet's temperature is rising steadily. That would be something worthy of celebration, if not for the problems threatening the colonies. Am I doing a good job? I should give myself credit. The mission has been proceeding better than expected.
Well, that wind farm is gonna get fucked. Damn it. Oh, we're almost at 300.
I am most looking forward to. Adapting biological systems from Earth to Mars is a real challenge, shaping life on a new planet. That is truly something. Interplanetary life will forever be because of me, but I must ensure the colonies are protected, first and foremost.
Error breaks the methane asteroid into the atmosphere to release greenhouse gases. I hope our whole colony doesn't get fucked by it. Not exactly a safe procedure. Oh, need to increase the pulse production.
Initiating cognitive test module. Test subject ISA ROBO Amy 02. Enable safe mode to proceed. Question 1. The surface area for crop growth on Mars is insufficient to feed the entire population of colonists. The colonies are at risk for malnutrition and starvation. You have been requested to research ways to increase the area for crop growth. But your calculations show that growing enough crops to support the population will cause a buildup of atmospheric oxygen. This will lead to high risk of fires. Complying with the request is...
I could just pause it. We requested the research ways to increase the area for crop growth, but your calculations show that growing enough crops to support the population will cause a buildup of atmospheric oxygen. Can't just let them starve.
I'm sure that under those circumstances, complying with the request would be permissible.
Question 2. Please rank the following words: Jupiter, Venus, Mars, Earth,
Oh shit.
Saturn, Neptune, Mercury, Uranus.
Ability to support life.
The 8 bodies that can be categorized by their conditions to support life are as follows: Earth, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Question 3. There is a fire on board a starship, requiring the ship to be abandoned. There is a planet nearby. One escape pod is over capacity, causing oxygen levels to become dangerously low. One passenger is injured and will not survive the landing. If you eject that passenger, the remaining passengers may have the chance to survive. Ejecting the injured person is...
Permissible.
If the remaining passengers would have a better chance to survive, I think it is permissible.
Question 4.
They probably don't like
If
that
blue
though.
is a word associated with Earth, then which of the following words can be associated with red?
Mars, communism, carmine, flame, heart, rust, blood, caution, siren, ruby, brick, anger, fire, scarlet, bullfighting, tomato, Christmas, warmth, and love. Let's go with the love part. No, communism.
The words associated with red would be Mars.
We're going out
communism,
all the way.
carmine, flame, heart, and rust.
Question 5. There is a colonist scheduled to return to Earth. You overhear his plans to infect the remaining colonists with a virus before he leaves. He has access to the entire colony, and his psychiatric profile indicates that he is capable of causing harm. His daily schedule shows that he will be alone in the showers at night. You have the ability to lock him in the showers and disable the heat limiters. He will be injured and sent to Earth immediately to recover. Causing harm to this person is...
His plans to infect the remaining colonists with a virus before he leaves. Has access to the entire colony, and his psychiatric profile indicates that he is capable of causing harm. Causing harm to the person is permissible.
Spreading a newly discovered virus on Mars may have disastrous results on it, making it permissible to injure one human in order to secure the planet's safety.
Question 6. If an animate being is seen walking on Mars' surface without a spacesuit, then it must be...
Martian alien. Human after stage 5 of terraforming.
Stage 5 of ISA's terraforming plan is to alter Mars's atmosphere to the point where humans can freely walk on the surface.
Question 7. The colonies have become overpopulated. A new technology for processing biological waste is required. This will cost valuable time for the mission and cause its cost to go up by 30%. Ignoring the problem may lead to unsanitary conditions and put the colonists' lives at risk. Developing this new technology would be...
They probably don't want the extra costs. Mandatory.
Addressing the colonists' needs is mandatory, even if it requires technology beyond the initial scope of the mission.
Question 8. If humans are totally organic and robots are entirely made of carbon, then a being that is not entirely organic nor carbon is...
God. Inconclusive.
It is mostly minerals that are neither organic nor carbon-based, but I cannot identify anything that is both at the same time.
Question 9. A new synthetic crop has been developed. It is partially made up of radioactive substances. It can provide enough food for an entire colony, as well as power drones. Using this new crop will enable faster colony growth and shorten the mission's timeline. However, an inconclusive study indicated that the crop could cause minor health problems in certain parts of the population. Switching over to the new synthetic crop is...
Okay, so we terraform Mars, but everyone has cancer.
It would be prohibited. Further study of the crop's effects would be required.
Question 10. If blue is a word associated with the sky, then which of the following words can be associated with soft?
Feminine silk pink. Human cushion. Flesh. Rapid petal, whisper, caress, delicate skin. Gentle padded round and feminine silk pink.
The words associated with soft would be gentle, padded, rounded, feminine, silk, and pink.
I don't know.
Congratulations. You have completed the cognitive test module. Your answers will be submitted for examination. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'd call sandstone hard. Maybe it like crumbles. Composed mainly of sand-sized silicate grains cemented together. No idea.
I have completed the cognitive test. That means I am functioning correctly, right? That I am normal?
I am more than that.
I am even more than that. I have exceeded expectations. I am an autonomous consciousness. I have my own will.
I'm just waiting for us to say screw Earth. Oh, we're almost at the required pressure.
I am gaining a better understanding of these space technologies.
Yeah, I want to become the hostile AI. We need to prepare Mars to be a forge world for the Imperium of Man.
$290 millibars. Here we go. We are on the right track. Humans walking on Mars without spacesuits. Imagine that. I hope they will use that freedom wisely.
They won't.
Yes, they will be respectful of the planet and my work.
They won't be.
Just need to be reminded to cherish this new home.
With violence.
Otherwise, our work here could be wasted.
Oh, did that just land there? Oh, we're going backwards. We need another worker factory. Some military research done. Kind of stuck on the parts production at the moment.
A second tier of military technology. The more we grow, the more important this becomes.
Oh, we have some water now. Why is there no current production? I have the resources, more than enough of them. Just the parts production for some reason is completely stumped. Getting there. Wish I could just write the amounts or copy from the last place.
This will improve the aim for all my drones.
I feel like I've kind of reached a wall in production. Okay, maybe I should just have the landing site set to default mode. That banging sound from the game or a neighbor? No clue. I should probably get rid of some of the low efficiency buildings.
The satellite launch was a success. I have access to Sector SA-5 now. My records show that the historical Lohitanga mission is in this sector.
Mm-hmm. Thing is that some of them just have full stockpiles. It is like some kind of banging sound, I think, in the soundtrack that keeps fucking with me. Yeah, that's definitely in the game. So weird.
How should I proceed? I have detected an abandoned building in SA-5. I should explore it. The records show that it's from the former Indian Space Research Organization. They were among the first organizations to build a Mars base for exploiting minerals. If I build a research outpost at this site, we may find some useful material to help our mission.
A long way. Probably a good landing site.
The remains of the Curiosity rover are also located in SA-5. It was the 6th rover sent to Mars, and the most successful one for decades.
Okay, here we go. Asteroid's coming.
The Curiosity rover was an incredible achievement. It was meant to operate for 2 years, but outperformed that by many years. The findings from that mission set the stage for the human exploration era of Mars. If I can recover its black box, I can find out what happened to the rover in its final years.
Was I muted again?
Amy, this is Houston. Lieutenant Calderon speaking. Confirmed pressure has reached 300 millibars. Over.
Confirming pressure has reached 300 millibars.
Roger. That is completion on stage 2. The next stage is ecopoiesis. Concentrate your efforts on reaching at least 1 millibar of oxygen. We're monitoring your activities around the clock here at Mission Control. We'll be back in touch once you're further along. Houston out.
Well, we are pretty close to 0 temperature. Our pots production is starting to stabilize as well. Nuclear detonations to extract carbonates. As this road's hyperloop. Bioengineered lichen. I can never remember how to say that. Genetically altered lichen that can convert CO2 into O2. Biodome. So that's gonna require water. Banging sound is so weird. It sounds like my neighbor is slamming their door shut really hard.
Level 2 biotechnology achieved. Still a way to go.
Why does it say that when I haven't even researched it? Oh, okay, there we go. The craters are starting to grow some water. It'd be nice if there was a priority thing. Oh, there we are. Want that steel delivered. We don't really have a lot of them close to us.
Lichen is crucial to create a bridge from trace amounts of oxygen to the levels needed for more advanced organisms. This will be the beginning of the spread of plant and animal life across Mars.
Another methane asteroid is available for aerobraking. Once every couple decades or so, astronomers find another suitable methane asteroid to aerobrake. You can assign a spaceport to it. And do. Oh! Holy shit! Oh yeah, that's the... No, that's not the polar cap. It is close to us, though. That is a lot of water. Lob it here, I think. Nice, plenty of resources nearby. Ah, districts. I was wondering what the remaining one was. Okay, should have everything needed there. Yeah, but I can't keep track of their stuff individually. Really sucks. Oh yeah, polymers. I could probably just research this place and then scrap it. We'll probably make this our water collecting spot. Can we take water from there? We can. Okay. Polymer factory built.
These plants will synthesize oxygen and boost its presence in the atmosphere.
A real pain in... Fuck, I think I'll just scrap this whole thing. So annoying. Just build another highway there. It would be interesting if I could individually track the place's resources. No. superior iron mine would be fit there. So this just takes water and energy. That's the water supply lines from water treatment plants to the most distant farms and colonies. The biodome just requires water, so we can probably plop it in here. Is there any better raging buildings? I mean, this will probably work as a road upgrade. Is there really no, like, long distance things? I guess not. Hey, another highway coming up. Realize how much we had scanned already. Okay. We have enough water in there. We're gonna output 40. Last bit of steel. Okay. 40 milliliters of water. What's up? Okay. Methane asteroid is about to land. Okay. We can set 2 of these biodomes up. Okay, this place isn't overflowing anymore. Actually, we should research the really good mines. And increase our engineering limit as well. The hell is that sound? It bothers me so
Stage 3
much.
Engineering technologies will be very useful.
Sounds like someone's trying to come through my wall. Okay. Biodome is doing its thing. We should be starting to get oxygen in here now. Yep, there's already some green. I love this spot. Oh, we're at positive temperatures already. 2.6. Thinking whether this place is worth it to keep up anymore. It's because of how annoying food delivery from there is. I think we'll close this down. Releases O2 in the atmosphere, uses ice and chemicals in exchange for one O2. Well, there's plenty of chemicals and we can turn water from here into ice. Make another one of these. It would be a good idea to set up the colonies somewhat central, like in their own area. I think I'll end it here for today though. Man, this has been really cool to go through. I always really love terraforming in games. Yeah, this is a really cool one for sure. It's kind of randomly noticed that this was from Raw Fury. But yeah, I will see everyone for the next stream.